Afternoon baseball to wrap up this three-game series in a series rubber match after the Dodgers rolled to a win in the opener and dropped game 2 last night 3-0. Still with a 4-game advantage in the division as we welcome you inside. Oral, Nomar, Joe Davis, Solano Rizzo down in the field for us today. And after the loss last night and a chance at a series win, first road series win potentially in about a month, you've got Clayton Kershaw taking the ball.
We do, and you know what? We talk about a foundational pitch. We know with Clayton, that's his fastball in. So one pitch to compete, that's his fastball in. 2 pitches, if he has the slider too, I think he'll win the game if they let him go deep enough. And if he has the third pitch, the curveball, he's going to be dominant. That's how he dominates the league. He can throw the ball down with the slider. He can throw the fastball up with the curveball. If he's got all 3, he will be putting the Yankees away.
And it is his second start back from the mild herniated disc in his lower back. It's his second disabled list stint of his career, and you look back at what happened the first time he went in the DL and the numbers coming off it, you saw some reasons to be pretty darn optimistic.
Well, yeah, if you're a Dodger fan, you're hoping that history will repeat itself. Back in 2014 when he was on the DL, he had 2 rehab starts, and then he had his first start in the big leagues. And in those 2 rehab starts, he only went 5 innings. Well, he had 2 starts so far, 1 rehab this year in the minors, and then we saw him in his last start. And what did he do in that first start in the big leagues? Well, he went 7 innings, no runs, and 9 strikeouts. Hopefully we can see that again today.
In his first start at Yankee Stadium, it's the Dodgers and the Yankees in the series finale before this road trip continues on to Arizona tomorrow. First pitch on the other side of this break. After very comfortable temperatures for the first 2 games of this series, back in New York, ready to begin Game 3 of the series rubber match between the Dodgers and the Yankees. And the lead in the division is a full 4 games as the Dodgers have won 7 of 10, even with last night's loss. And you notice there, San Diego already with a run against Madison Bumgarner. At the bottom of the 2nd in San Francisco. Looks like Puig knows about it. How about Dave Roberts' starting lineup for this final game in a 3-game series? Chase Utley leads it off. Then Seager and Turner hitting 2 and 3. Gonzalez back in the cleanup spot. Grandal hits 5th. Then Josh Reddick starting a string of 4 consecutive lefties down at the bottom of the order, including Andre Ethier making his 2nd start since returning from the DL. Utley and the Dodgers to face off with Michael Pineda today, a 6'7", 260-pounder out of the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, you see that ERA at a 5.07. He had a rough start in the first half, has been better in the second half of this season, and even with that high ERA, he ranks 7th in the AL with 179 strikeouts. Got a good live fastball he throws half the time, but it's his slider that he puts people away with.
And he misses with the first 2 to Chase Utley.
And when I talk about that slider, if you look at all the sliders that are thrown in the big leagues, he has the 3rd highest swing and miss rate on that pitch.
Strike 1. Utley 0 for 3 in last night's 3-0 loss. After the Dodgers won Game 1 8-2, he started that game with a single. And starts this game with a deep fly ball to left, sending Brett Gardner to the warning track. 1 away. Our closed captioning this afternoon is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel.
Michael Pineda and Clayton Kershaw get a little benefit from the shadows here early in the game until they start to encompass the whole mound. And Pineda needs a little help in the early innings because his ERA in the first couple innings is very, very high.
Yeah, we were talking about that in the pregame show. We were talking about his ERA in the first inning is over 7. And then you go to the 2nd inning, it's over 5, but then it really drops down in the 3rd inning.
I think that's all about getting that 6'7" body acclimated to the game speed, the adrenaline, finding his rhythm.
Ball on a strike on Corey Seager. Facing Pineda for the first time in his career. 8-game hitting streak for Seager. Ho-hum for him. Has a 19-gamer under his belt this year. Waits on this 1-1 and chops it up along first. Pineda's over to cut it off and tag Seager for out number 2. Yankees defense brought to you by Clamato, and Rob Refsnyder, who started in left yesterday, flips over to right today with Aaron Judge injuring that oblique, and they say maybe finished for the season.
And that's a real big reason why he's over there in right field. Aaron Judge has been playing a lot out there because we talked about these baby bombers. We already saw him in this series hit a massive home run, but Refsnyder getting a call, 1 for 4 yesterday. It allows Ellsbury to go to center and Gardner over there at left.
The base is empty and 2 gone. Up comes Justin Turner. Homered in the series opener. 27 on the season to lead the team. Same with his 80 RBIs. 1 more than the guy behind him in Adrian Gonzalez. Turner back in the city where he got his first significant opportunity in the majors. He's one of the primary bench players for the Mets. See if he gets one to drive on 2-0 from Pineda, who's been known to leave fastballs heavy over the plate. Down the right field line, slicing towards the corner, and it's 2-1.
Justin Turner, when he hit that, that's just your timing off is just a hair in order to not to get that ball foul, because he squares that up really well, and it actually had enough to possibly go out of the ballpark there. He was just unfortunate, just a little bit late on his timing.
He's had a home run to right field in this series.
And Puig both in the late innings on Monday night. And an 8-2 Dodger win. 3-1.
Already with a few of the balls that have been hit, you can tell the ball is going to carry here today at Yankee Stadium compared to the last 2 nights, this being a day game, and a little bit of a warm front is coming through New York.
And Turner takes the slider low for ball 4. And the Dodgers with their first base runner against Pineda.
Be interesting to see. And I've seen the way Justin especially took that pitch. When you look at the shadows right now with Pineda in the sun, and then there's a shadow coming to home plate, which often can be difficult for the pitcher, for the hitters to recognize the spin. But Justin Turner recognized that slider and took it really well.
Dodgers are the best daytime team in the majors this year. They're 25-15 in day games. And Adrian Gonzalez, who climbs in against Pineda, the best daytime hitter in the majors. 381 during the day.
Which leaves the question, what does a 4 o'clock start count as?
It's classified as a day game.
It is. Okay. All right.
Prior to sunset.
Because they're not, because some lights are on. People say, oh, you have to have lights. Well, they're on. Some of them are.
And to be honest, I don't know what the exact cutoff is. If there's a certain time of day where they say now it's a night game, but I know this one is classified as a day game.
Well, the 5 o'clock starts on the West Coast for ESPN Sunday night game.
Yeah.
I think those are considered night games.
Okay. Here comes an 0-2, and Gonzalez takes ball 1.
That still doesn't give us a definition.
But it gives us pretty good
closer parameters.
Yeah.
Right.
You guys talked about this time of day game presenting issues with the shadows potentially in the early innings.
After that comment, I felt a little bit like John Belushi in Animal House. You guys are like, Lee Maloney's on a roll.
A 1-2 outside.
Well, I was just thinking if that 5 o'clock is kind of that cutoff date, then I'm looking at Adrian has an hour to be a 380 hitter.
All right.
Lee Maloney's on a roll.
Right.
Pineda strikes him out with a slider to the back foot. He'll throw it to both sides of the plate. And he strikes out Gonzalez to finish the first. Clayton Kershaw takes it when you come back.
Responsibility usually falls on Austin Barnes, being the young fella, but Chooch trying to learn the staff, and especially Clayton getting as many reps with the pitching staff as possible, coming out as a 36-year-old catching pitchers in between innings.
And Grandal will be the battery mate when the game gets going. Here's the Yankees lineup with Brett Gardner to lead it off. Dodgers have done a good job against him in this series. Ellsbury and Sanchez both hit solo homers last night. Castro hit one in game 1. Didi Gregorius making his first start of the series. Same with Austin Romine. The second start for Clayton Kershaw since June 26th. Missing the 2.5 months with a herniated disc in his back. First game back at Miami last Friday. Gave up 2 runs on 5 hits over 3 innings, and said after the game, yes, I might have been throwing strikes. They just weren't quality strikes. They weren't Clayton Kershaw strikes. What does start 2 off of the DL have in store for number 22? Away he goes with ball 1.
Well, the first thing you start thinking about with Clayton is how many pitches will they allow him to throw, and 66 in game 1. I would think that they're going to expand him by about 15 to 20 pitches if he's feeling okay. That's what you do normally when you come back from rehab or when you're building a guy up in spring training. You know, they go from a 3-inning outing to a 4-inning outing to a 5-inning outing, and usually it's not only the innings, but it's usually about 15, 17, 20 pitches more as you build their endurance.
It's 2-0 to Brett Gardner. There's a strike.
The second topic with Clayton will, of course, be the slider and its location and how sharp the break is, and then the curveball, because those are the 2 pitches that kind of failed him in the first outing.
On the ground is second, and a ground ball out. Starts Kershaw's afternoon. Dodger defense brought to you by Clamato. Andrew Tolles getting a start in the finale.
Well, he got a start in the first game where he went 1 for 4 out there in left field. Take his chances. We're talking he's been swinging a hot bat. We know that. We also like the way he's been performing defensively. We always like to see if he gets a chance to throw someone out. He's got a real strong arm out there in the outfield.
Dave Roberts says pound for pound maybe the strongest guy on the team overall. Weight room strength. And powerful arm kind of sneaks up on you. He's not the biggest guy. Jacoby Ellsbury. Here comes Kershaw.
Even the hitting coaches, Turner Ward and Tim Hires, were talking about how strong he is. You're like, you know, I think they said he swings like a 36-ounce bat. Like he's that strong, and you wouldn't think that, but and he swings it well.
1-1. What size did you swing?
31 ounce, 33-31. So it wasn't that big.
Yeah, we're like 2 great hitters. I used a 33-31 also.
Couple Silver Slugger winners. 1-2.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm laughing to myself. Wow.
No, that was out loud.
That was like you sound like Jerry Hairston there.
That's true.
Ellsbury, one of the heroes last night, broke the scoreless tie against Ross Stripling with a solo home run. Didi Gregorius followed him with a solo shot of his own. A check swing and a ball that kicks away from Grandal, and in the on-deck circle he finds it and throws him out. Reached down among the donuts and the weighted bats and found the ball to get Ellsbury.
That was a great play by Yasmani Grandal. He wanted to get over there and to find the ball with all of the weights in the bat over there, but also not to step on any of them as well. Once he gets it, he also had to adjust his body and step away from all the stuff on the on-deck circle and still make an accurate throw.
So Kershaw has retired the first 2 that he's faced. And gets his first look at Gary Sanchez. Incredible rookie who hit his 14th home run in his first month and a half in the majors this season. More than half his hits have gone for extra bases. 2-0.
When you look at the Yankee lineup over the course of this series, they've scored 5 runs. 2 in the first game, 3 in yesterday's game, and all of them have come off home runs. All 5 solo home runs.
Off of the hands. Easy play, Justin Turner. Easy first, Clayton Kershaw. 1, 2, 3 go the Yankees, and we go to the second.
Top of the second, and there's Michael Pineda on the hill for the Yankees. But let's also look at how he was warming up in the bullpen. Something a little bit different. You have all the starters, the Yankee starters, out there to watch his bullpen, standing behind him, watching him. So you guys got like CC Sabathia there. You got Mitchell, Cessna, Tanaka, all giving him a high five as he comes in, and then he walks in, and they walk into the dugout behind him as he's preparing for the game. It's something that CC Sabathia instituted around August. Says he saw the New York Mets do it, and he thought that's a great way to support our staff, show that we're together, and they have been doing it ever since.
Yasmani Grandal starting the second against Pineda, and waiting on a 1-0 pitch. Or Hershiser, what would you have thought of the rest of your starters being out there while you warmed up?
I think it's all what you're used to, but I wanted that to be my sanctuary, and that to be a place where I could go be alone with Ron Peronowski, my pitching coach as I was a Dodger, Mark Cressy, the bullpen coach who was the catcher down there, and every once in a while Mike Scioscia might come down there if I was struggling and I wanted him to come down and see something from the last outing that I've made the adjustment. But I really didn't like a lot of distractions around there, or people maybe talking a little bit, or just even moving. I didn't want that at all. I think like you're hitting balls on a driving range, getting ready for a big match. I would always go down the end of the driving range to be alone. I wouldn't be in the middle there around all the people.
I went down to the end because I probably would hit a lot of people if I was on the driving range.
Did
so
you
just to make
need
sure
the
they were
lineup
safe.
to come down to the batting cage with you and parade down and high five you as you got ready in the batting cage?
I wish they did. It would have made me feel better. Well, usually in the batting cage, though, when you go, there are people there waiting their turn,
right.
so it's a little bit
different.
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
But starting pitchers by nature, it's a little different on their start days, right? I mean, you don't really talk to the guy. For a position player, you don't necessarily have those things.
You know, if the position players went into their game faces and didn't talk to anybody, you wouldn't have any team chemistry
Right.
because you're playing every day. But there is something about the starting pitcher's regimen that a lot of times pertains to some silence.
Yeah, Pineda gets one at the top of the zone for strike 3 on Grandal. 1 out.
About 60% of the pitches in a 2-strike count with Pineda on the mound, you're going to see sliders, so you can understand why Yasmani, knowing the scouting report, expected that ball, if anything, to be high and didn't see slider spin, have it coming down.
I think he was wondering if it was both high and on the outer half.
Josh Reddick, strike 1.
Take a look right here.
Yeah.
You usually get the borderline pitches more when it's borderline low and on the plate, but borderline high both ways, you usually don't get that call.
Second K for Michael Pineda. A 1-1 to Josh Reddick, and he yanks a base hit to right. Hottest Dodger hitter over the last 2 weeks, Josh Reddick.
Josh Reddick does a good job. This down, stays on it, keeps the head on that ball, gets the barrel to it. And as you mentioned, him being the hottest hitter the last couple of weeks, that's what we've seen. I mean, let's not forget, I know he had some struggles number-wise, but he was squaring a few balls up that was unlucky, didn't seem to find the hole. He's finding the holes now, but I think he's squaring them up on a more consistent basis the last couple of weeks.
Andre Ethier, it feels good to say that name. Second start for him since coming back from the disabled list. Big story this season has obviously been the injuries for the Dodgers, and while they, for the most part, stayed healthy position player-wise, Andre Ethier's injury during spring training, a huge blow to the lineup. It really started a trickle-down effect throughout the lineup as far as where guys play, where they hit in the order. Ethier was scheduled to be the starting left fielder and leadoff hitter in a lot of different scenarios. So he goes down. Howie Kendrick becomes the left fielder. That opens up close to an everyday role for Chase Utley at second base. It also opened up a spot at the top of the order for Chase Utley. Here's an 0-1. Strike two.
It really is amazing what Chase Utley's been able to do, or what their plans for him when he came into this season. It was really going to be Howie Kendrick, your second baseman. Chase Utley possibly fill in at third base to give Justin Turner a rest, and Howie Kendrick a rest over at second base because you had Andre Ethier out there. He was going to be your leadoff. Now, all of a sudden, Chase, almost every day out there, your leadoff guy, and Howie Kendrick out there in left. It really is amazing. And I think when you look at the success the Dodgers have had, even the front office have talked about it, they've asked questions how they've been able to do it. Well, they always have preached depth, and we've even talked about that early in the season. But it's also been the flexibility of the players and their ability to play numerous positions, such as Chase, Justin Turner, Howie Kendrick. And even though you have Justin Turner being third base predominantly here, but they know he can play second base if need be. They know that Chase Utley can play other positions that they needed. Howie Kendrick, gosh, in his last 5 starts, have played 5 different positions. And then you still have Kike, even Charlie Culberson. He can play numerous positions. Rob Seguin. So they have a lot of versatility in this ball club.
Runner at first with 1 out. Pineda to Ethier with a 1-2 after a throw to first. Ethier in his 11th season with the Dodgers. He's the longest tenured Dodger. Last year was such a big year for him after what was the worst year of his career in 2014. Lost his starting role, but came back in a big way last year at 294. Waits on a 1-2 from Pineda. And Ethier hits it foul. He started last season as the 4th outfielder, really, because of how bad 2014 was. Moved into an everyday role that season with Puig's hamstring problems. And was scheduled to be a huge part of the offense this year. That was one of the things everybody pointed to when the offense got off to the slow start that it did. How different would it be with Andre Ethier in it? 2-2.
The length of his resume has really earned him the ability to be in the lineup today and in the future going into the playoffs, to give an opportunity to show that he could be ready to contribute in October. There's a lot of guys on this roster that want the Dodgers to win, but also want to perform well so they can be on that playoff roster.
3-2.
I think the fact that he had a great year last year, a great spring training prior to being hurt, also earned him the fact that he gets this look here in September.
It goes back to the flexibility Nomar was talking about. Dave Roberts said he really appreciated in sitting down and talking with Andre leading up to his activation that it's not going to be an everyday kind of role. Ethier said he was open to doing whatever the team needed, and that's been the mantra day one this year. Reddick runs on a 3-2, and Ethier pops it up. To the left center, it's Gardner.
If Andre was right-handed with the struggles the Dodgers have had off of left-handed starters, he would have gotten a lot bigger look, but he's going to get looks now as a defensive replacement, left-handed bat off the bench, and a few starts here and there.
2 away for Jock Peterson. A good stretch for him, although still looking for his first hit of this series. Came off of the bench in last night's game. Facing the big right-hander Michael Pineda. A matchup of players here that were all-stars as rookies. It was Peterson last year. It was Pineda in 2011 while he was with the Mariners. Pineda was traded to the Yankees the following offseason. Jesus Montero, who is a highly touted catching prospect, went back to Seattle in exchange. And right after the Yankees thought they had gotten an ace of the future, he had shoulder surgery. Missed each of the next 2 years, all of 2012, all of 2013. is 1-0. Big cut and a miss, and a back foot slider evens the count.
Pineda has a lot of innings where you go, wow, look what we have here. And he can even mow it down for 2, 3, 4 innings. But all of a sudden, he has a tendency to lose his release point, lose his rhythm, get out of sync. And you got to capitalize on those innings. When he's locked in, he's pretty much unhittable. But he does have a tendency to be inconsistent with his delivery. So when we see that today and the Dodgers are hitting, that all of a sudden he's not finding the strike zone or the slider's starting to hang, Dodgers need to capitalize on those bouts of inconsistency.
A 1-out single from Josh Reddick. He still stands at first. A scoreless game in the second. Dodgers trying to get that offense going. After the 8-run outburst in game 1, they've not scored.
Good job by Jock Peterson to stay alive. As we mentioned before the game, when you look at Pineda's slider, he has the 3rd highest swing and miss rate on that slider in the big leagues. So you know that's his go-to put-away pitch. There it is, and Jock gets a piece of it. And he also gets a piece of the catcher's mask on the backswing with his bat.
Some guys have wipeout sliders and they do the same thing every time. They're just late breaking quick and have the same angle and depth. His varies. Sometimes it goes straight down like a split finger. Sometimes it cuts and stays kind of level. And other times it is like a normal slider that actually breaks and has depth.
Snap throw back to first from Sanchez, who has one of the best arms in the game. 2-2 on Jock Peterson. A missile foul.
You were talking about the different breaks. You saw that one right there. That one was up, and it just kind of was. There wasn't that bite to it on that one, even though it was up, and that might have had something to do with it, where it just kind of was a flat slider up in the zone. But as a hitter, that's also tough to judge when you have because you recognize the spin, but if you're getting different breaks, it's hard to square up.
Reddick a good lead at first, and a 2-2 gets him. Burying the break again, but it is that slider again to the back foot of Peterson. He's got 3 strikeouts. 2 have come on a slider to a left-hander. Kershaw into the bottom of the second. We take a look at the Coors Light Cold Hard Facts. He is the first pitcher since the mound moved to its current distance, which was back in 1893, with 150 strikeouts and less than 10 walks. He's got a 150-9 strikeout to walk ratio. And that would be the issue is he's probably not going to have enough innings to qualify to be the all-time leader, but it would be a major league record by a pretty wide margin if he did have enough innings. Misses to Starlin Castro with ball one.
They got one more strikeout in that first inning, Jacoby Ellsbury.
Castro loops a liner to Tolles.
That was well played out there by Tolles. That ball was tough read. Well hit, but had topspin. So he froze on it to wait and make sure that ball came down in the right place where he was headed. The ball is crushed with a big swing, but all of a sudden Andrew see him kind of hesitate. He was thinking he might have to go back, but then the ball had topspin, so he had to come in.
Kershaw and Chase Headley have got some history together from Headley's days in the National League West with the Padres. That included some good days. Really one really good season back in 2012 when Headley hit 31 home runs, led the National League with 115 RBIs, and finished in the top 5 in MVP voting. So 31 homers and 115 RBIs that year. He's never knocked in more than 64 in any other season, and his 14 homers this year, the most outside of that 31 homer 2012. Here's a 1-2 and a big breaking ball nubbed in front of the plate. Grandal, 5 up and 5 down for Kershaw. Giants have tied the game in San Francisco with the Padres. It's 1-1. That game, the 4th inning. Joe Panik with an RBI single after Solarte's RBI single against Madison Bumgarner. Goes for his 100th career win today. How about the Giants last night? Entered the 9th inning with a 4-1 lead and gave up a 6 spot. Didi Gregorius takes a strike, actually a 5 spot, and then 6 total. 6-4 the final score. San Diego scoring those 5 runs in the 9th inning. The 27th blown save by the Giants this year. It's the most in the National League.
3-run homer with 2 outs.
Yeah.
I was watching it on my MLB app.
Ryan Schimpf. That game winner.
Almost a straightaway center field.
You seen what Schimpf's been doing in his couple of months in the majors? He got called up in mid-June. 39 of his 54 hits have gone for extra bases. He's got 19 homers.
Wow.
But he's playing for a team that's at the bottom of the barrel in the National League, and so not much pub around him, but a start similar to what Gary Sanchez has done here in New York.
Like Gary Sanchez going out there making an impact, and we were talking about it yesterday.
It's a pop fly and a shallow left center. Tolles has it. I'll keep talking about that a little bit when we come back. But 6 up and 6 down for Kershaw in a scoreless game in the Bronx. To you by the Dodge Challenger. Test drive one at your local Dodge dealer today. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Jack's Brewhouse Bacon Burger today at Jack in the Box. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Andrew Toles leads off this inning against Michael Pineda and fouls off the first pitch. Strike one. You're looking at Ebbets Field a moment ago. Brooklyn Dodgers home. Toles hitting .347 in his major league debut. And hits a laser into the seats behind that third base dugout. And it looks like everybody's okay. 0-2. Nine 1-2 for the Dodgers against Pineda. One hit, one walk, but nothing to show for it. Ball one. Got some rain coming in, we're told. Some rain and some yellow and red in the radar too. Moving in this direction.
You gotta hope that storm moves a little bit north. It'll miss us. Right now, if it keeps going due east, it's going to hit us maybe in like a half hour, 40 minutes.
So let's get a run, get a couple more innings under the game's belt.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
If you got any idea how to push that storm north, let us know.
A 1-2, 2-2. Michael Pineda, maddening for folks around here. So much potential, such incredible raw stuff. Pumps it 2-2 and gets Toles with a back foot slider. His fourth strikeout, his third with a back foot slider to a left-handed hitter.
And we talked about coming into this game where he ranks 7th in the AL with 179 strikeouts coming into this game and only 156 innings pitched. And we talked about the reason why. He's got a fastball that averages around 94 miles an hour. When he gets ahead, he's got that put-away slider. We also talked about just the numbers, and we're now with the rain getting to him early. Talked about the ERA in the first inning, over 7, over 5 in the second, but then goes down to 1.29 in the third.
Chase is 1 for 8 in this series. Waiting on the first pitch from Pineda, and it tails away for a ball. I think the best way to encapsulate why Pineda's maddening: 14 times this year he's held an opponent to 2 runs or fewer, but 10 times this year he's given up 5 or more. Rarely is there a middle ground. He's either dominant or it's a disaster. Here's his 2-0. Yeah, there's strike one. Two and two. Back in the ballpark where he dominated in the World Series in 2009. First year at this ballpark, placed in the old Yankee Stadium. Ollie hit 5 home runs that season in a losing effort for the Phillies against the Yankees. That's a major league record held by Reggie Jackson, which was done against the Dodgers. Back-to-back World Series trips for the Phillies, with Utley as the leader on that roster. 2008 they won it against Tampa Bay. 2009 falling to New York. On 2-2, drags it foul, and it has started to sprinkle already.
The front of the storm is here early. These clouds are moving fast.
Utley down on strikes. Number 5 for Pineda. 2 gone.
Wicked movement on that fastball. Ball is late. And it moves a lot. The bottom dropped out of that thing. That's
so you have a pitch that breaks to his arm side, and then you have his slider that falls off the table to his glove side.
And he can go like 95 up.
Right. That's why they rave about his potential, as you were talking about there, Joe, is that it is off the charts. It's just a matter of like anything from a pitcher to the hitter. What's this game about? It's about consistency.
You know, I coached a very tall pitcher, Chris Young, and Chris was a little inconsistent. And before the offseason started, early in his career, we said, you're going to have to stay and get stronger because you're this tall. Your core strength has to go way up so that you can become consistent. And he really committed himself to getting stronger, and he got real consistent.
Seager to Castro, makes a nice play and throws him out from his knees. Dodgers down in order for the first time. Middle 3, no score. We're trying to beat the rain in this one. Big sell coming towards New York right now. That has ramifications for this guy. You'd hate to have one of his starts trying to build back from the injury, abbreviated by rain. Strike 1 on Rob Refsnyder. Kershaw's retired the first 6 that he's faced. Breaking ball, bounce to Turner. Now, everything with Kershaw and coming back was done with an eye on the postseason and calculated very carefully between Kershaw and the front office and the training staff. And so it's important that he's able to get his work in, whatever he's able to get done. And so far, only 23 pitches. It's aiming to go deep if the weather allows.
It would definitely be a bad break to cut his outing short from weather, not from health.
Another ground ball, Corey Seager. And Kershaw's needed 24 pitches to get the first 8 outs. Celebrate the legendary voice of the Dodgers during Vin Scully weekend, starting on Friday, September 23rd, and running through that weekend. Highlights including a pregame ceremony Friday and a commemorative coin giveaway Saturday. You can go to Dodgers.com/LALovesVin to learn more. And who are we kidding? Everybody loves Vin. Rizzo visited with some of the Yankees. Their thoughts on the legendary Vin Scully, and we'll share some of those as this game goes on. Strike one on Tyler Austin. Austin didn't play last night, but in the series opener had his first career 4-strikeout game. 0-2. So you come off your first 4-strikeout game, go get back in the saddle. Oh yeah, Kershaw's pitching. Ball one.
Thanks, Skip.
Yeah. Plays off this time, and the count evens at 2-2.
Seen better break on Clayton's curveball today. A little more consistency. It's got better finish. When you're talking about a bad back and coming back from that, and removing that from your mind. There's the Clayton of old, getting a little upset when he misses his spot, doesn't like the rhythm or something. You think about with a back, you think about, can I still get the same extension? Can I get the same separation between my hips and my shoulders? And can I be as aggressive as I want to be?
3 perfect innings on 30 pitches. Outstanding start for Clayton Kershaw.
Here in New York before 4 in Arizona, then we are back home, and Monday is the first of the last 10 games that Vin Scully will call for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And while they don't have a personal connection, Yankees manager Joe Girardi weighing in on what Vin means to the game.
I think Vin is the game. His love for the game and his ability to tell it as a story is something that we all have looked forward to listening to for a long, long time. And you know, there are people that have grew up and are now grandparents still listening to Vin. So to me, he's everything that is good about the game, and he will truly be missed.
Well said by Joe Girardi as Justin Turner takes a strike from Michael Pineda. We told the story the other day about Vin growing up in this area. As the rain starts to fall a little bit harder, and Turner swings and misses, 0-2. Grew up, born in the Bronx. Turner digs that one off of the dirt, and it stays at 0-2. Bill Shaken in LA Times yesterday dove into that story we were talking about how Vin initially became a at that point New York Giants fan. He was 8 years old walking back from school when he saw the score of the Giants game in a laundromat window. 18-4. The Yankees had beaten the Giants, and he thought to himself, man, I kind of feel bad for the Giants. Plus, the Polo Grounds where the Giants played, only 20 city blocks from his school. Free admission for kids on weekdays, so he was able to go to those games for free. Became a New York Giants fan, and remarkably, that day in 1936, when he was 8 years old, and he saw that Giants score, October 2nd, and so the final game that Vin broadcast, Dodgers-Giants, will be 80 years to the day that he saw that Giants score.
That's remarkable.
Turner corks one to third, and Headley's there.
Just looking at this rain coming down. Obviously, we talked about it's more of a detriment to the Dodgers because of Clayton Kershaw. Obviously, coming off the DL, you have any delay. Don't know if they'd be willing to bring him back out there after sitting down. And I don't think they would go for that risk. But also, the last time Pineda pitched, there were 3 rain delays in that game that he pitched. He came out. There was 1 rain delay, a 22-minute one in the a 21-minute one in the 4th, and he only lasted 4 2/3. But there was another one in the 6th and another rain delay in the 9th of that game. So maybe it's him who's bringing the rain.
0-2 on Gonzalez. Yeah, he was pulled out, like you said, before the 5th inning ended. Looking for his first win in more than a month, and with a 7-2 lead and 1 out away from qualifying for a win, Joe Girardi pulled him, and it was a little bit awkward, the exchange on the mound. Pineda, and you don't necessarily blame him for being upset, but refused to make eye contact with Girardi when Girardi came out to take the ball from him and voices displeasure after the game.
He said he was frustrated. He said he was frustrated at the game, but he did say, he goes, I'm more concerned that we got the win. But that's also the competitive juices in you as a pitcher. You should be frustrated. You should be going out there, I want to get the win, help the team.
Yeah, the fact that it happened on the day of the start is not a big deal to me. You want to just know how the relationship is the next day. Because the day of, you expect your players, A-type personality, competitive people, to maybe sometimes give you a little bit of lip in a respectful manner. But the next day, the relationship, I'm sure, was reunited. And even that night, after the media clears out.
Gonzalez lays off a pitch that Pineda struck him out with his first time up to run the count full. No score in the 4th inning. Series rubber match between 2 hot teams. Dodgers have won 7 of 10. 4-game lead in the division, trying to get their first road series win since mid-August when they took 2 of 3 in Philadelphia. The Yankees, meanwhile, are 2 games back of the second wild card spot. They've won 8 of 10. And Gonzalez walks. Rain picks up a little bit more. Grandal stands in. And now a lot more.
Well, this is where the Dodgers right here, see if they have an opportunity to score. Because you know, if it can go 5, it can be an official game and hopefully have the lead. I don't know if the rain is going to allow that the way it's picking up, but at the same time, got to think about it.
High drive down the right field line. Refsnyder moves over, lays out, and won't get it. Let's watch Adrian run. He's given the stop sign by Woodward. And into second with a double goes Grandal. And with just 1 out, they'll give Josh Reddick an opportunity to break this scoreless tie.
This hit's about trajectory. Yasmani is out in front, but he hits it with a right trajectory and right down the line away from the right fielder. And I'll tell you what, he makes a great Good try right here. Boy, just off of his glove. Adrian Gonzalez had a shot, but
it didn't bounce far enough from Refsnyder.
Yep, exactly.
And the other factor is that you have one of your hottest hitters coming up to the plate, Josh Reddick. You have less than 2 outs. And we talked about, okay, with the rain coming down, you want to get that lead, so you don't want to force something that you might be able to get, but might get thrown out at home plate.
So let's see if Reddick can come through. Second and third, one gone, and a scoreless game in the fourth.
You have the infield back.
The catcher Gary Sanchez went out there to talk with Pineda and perhaps buy some time for the umpiring crew to say, hey, let's put the tarp on. Well, they said play on. And so Reddick takes a strike.
Watch Adrian on this ball hit down the line. I mean, he was just kind of taken up. He took a good few steps. That was a good read as the ball goes off his glove.
Reddick up the middle, right at Castro. Gregorius, who makes the play, but Grandal gets back to the
Catcher's
bag.
interference, so he'll be on first base.
You're right. They call Sanchez. And Reddick's aboard, so they're loaded. And still just 1 out.
Yeah, you can see it right there, and he turned around right away. This will be a better angle. And you even see Sanchez pulling that glove back.
That's officially ruled an error on Sanchez.
but no at bat for Reddick. He doesn't get penalized.
Right. So they're loaded for Andre Ethier. More important than your typical fourth inning with this rain falling. Outside and ball one. Ethier in his first trip up there, he flied to left but saw a lot of pitches and seemed to be seeing Pineda well. Uncomfortable right now, Pineda looks to be.
So we talked about where he can gain some inconsistency, might have a little to do with confidence, with concentration in these situations. Damage control is such a big part of being a starting pitcher. You're going to give up runs, but you can't give up. And you've got to find ways to limit damage throughout a game. Not everybody can be like Clayton Kershaw and just mow people down consistently. A lot of people pitch in traffic.
Here comes the 1-1, and Ethier takes it low. 2 balls and a strike.
This is one of those times where the situation of the game really helps you with your approach. What I mean by that is if I have a pitcher like Pineda on the hill who has a good sharp breaking ball, that slider, I want to kind of stay off those pitches down in the zone because it's such a good swing and miss pitch. And also his fastball will flatten up when it's a little bit higher in the zone. Well, I'm looking for that now because I have a man at less than 2 outs at third base.
Slider cuts in there, 2-2.
That was kind of the pitch you're looking for right there with that slider that's up in the zone that you really want to possibly swing at to get that ball in the air. See where it started? See how it started above the middle half of the plate? That's where you're setting your sights to try to attack a pitch.
Big AB right here for Ethier. Bases loaded and 1 out. And we'll do the 2-2 again. This current rain we have falling is still pretty hard, but it's a small cell that's over the ballpark right now. Then there looks to be a break in the rain, and then a huge storm. So I think if you can get through this rain right now, you could have a window to be able to get through 5. It doesn't matter much if you can't take advantage of a situation like this. Another 2-2. Ethier bounces one to first. Austin goes to second. Gregorius back to first. A double play. 3-6-1 to get out of a jam.
Everybody going to take a look at this one, especially Bob Guerin and the Dodgers. This is bang bang at first, and it means a run with bigger rain on the way. It looks like they still got it.
Especially Clayton Kershaw threw 3 perfect innings. They're putting the tarp on the field, and of course right when they do, the rain pretty much stops. And this is that break that I was referencing that you may have between that cell that just sat over the bottom of the, or the top of the 4th inning, and what looks to be a bigger storm coming soon.
It is a tough break for Clayton, and if they can get back there and start it, I'm sure he will ask to get back in. Normally the scenario you look at is every 15 minutes you try to throw a little bit to stay loose, and that adds an inning to your outing. So if they were thinking about taking him up to 80 pitches or so, it's only taken him 30 so far, but the delay, you'll add another 15 to that already. So he's at 45 to 50 pitches in the Dodgers' mind. And if they can get back out there within 20 minutes or so, they probably let him restart his engine, but I don't think they're going to take a very large risk if it gets any longer than that.
Well, Dave Roberts is now going down the left field line talking, I think wants to talk to the grounds crews like, hey, can we take this off? It stopped raining right now. And like you said, there is a second cell back there, but that's what Clayton Kershaw was in the dugout looking like. It's not raining. Well, let's go. I want to get out there.
Yeah, this is significant. Clayton Kershaw, not the fact that he's perfect through 3. That's not the point. The point is that this has been really carefully calculated to get him ready to go for the postseason. And he's on track to really be able to get deep into a game.
They might be taking it out. You see the head grounds crew kind of coming off right now, telling him, hold on, let's go. Let's get this started.
Dave Roberts stuck his head down in the tunnel where the umpires go down to their locker room, and he actually ran after them as they walked off the field. And here they are coming back onto the field, the umpires and Dave Roberts and Bob Guerin.
Yep. Good job by those guys going down there.
They realize the same thing you guys are talking about.
And we do really look at it. I'll tell you the ramifications of, let's just say this, possibly that second cell comes in and this game gets rained out. Well, I'll tell you, you look at when would they play it? Because they're going to do everything they can to play today. There's no question about that, because the Dodgers don't make another trip to the East Coast. They're not coming out here, and you look at the schedule, you're trying to figure out when they can possibly play this game for both teams if they both have same off days. But it might be one of those where it would be played at the end of the season because it may have playoff ramifications. One, for the Dodgers to see if it goes down to that late in the season, but also for the Yankees as they're trying to bid for that wild card.
Well, in the Yankees situation, you could actually have a play-in game.
Right.
In the American League side, it's so tight in the wild card race. So if you have a game to make up, plus a play-in game, plus a wild card game, all of a sudden things get very cumbersome.
And the interesting thing for the Yankees, if it happened to get rained out too, is if the Dodgers say clinch before them. For them, they benefit because you're going, okay, who would you start against the Yankees in a game that's more about maybe a tune-up for the postseason than it is for the Yankees to really try to get to the postseason?
Yeah, the Dodgers would be starting their third or fourth starter to keep him in shape, where the Yankees would be going after and need the win. And who knows what even lineup the Dodgers would put out then, too.
Hopefully we're wasting our breath talking about that.
Right.
We won't have to worry about it, and it looks like they are going to try and get this thing going sooner rather than later. It's been about 5 minutes, the delay, which really all that equates to is a long top of the inning. You're talking about Clayton Kershaw and his shutdown here during the delay. The same as if the Dodgers reeled off a bunch of hits and runs in an inning, and Kershaw had to rest that way. So it is officially a rain delay, but looks like it may be over very quickly. We're going to take a break and be back in a moment.
but that's not what the weather and the radar look like. It looks like we could end up maybe having an hour delay or so if we get a few innings in here. The clouds over the left field stand down the left field foul pole are starting to look pretty ominous.
And it's a little different for the next game for both of these teams, because you have the Dodgers who have to fly back to Arizona, jump on a plane, fly pretty much back across country, and then for the Yankees, they're just going to Boston for their next series.
There are those clouds Orioles talking about, pretty ominous out beyond the left field corner, that is to the northwest of Yankee Stadium. That's exactly where the radar shows the storm coming in from. Needs to go 5 innings to be official. And we need a run to make it official. Kershaw's back out there. It's been about 25 minutes since he threw his last pitch, so while that's long, that is not significant. That's like a really long top of the inning, as we've said a couple of times. Perfect once through the order. And after a short rain delay, his second trip through begins with Brett Gardner in a scoreless game in the 4th. More impressive than being perfect through 3 innings is the fact that he did it on 30 pitches. Away we go again. With ball 1. Kershaw 2 strikeouts. 5 ground ball outs that first time through the order. In a ballpark where the ball tends to fly well when it's left up. Gardner pops it up. Foul ground. Adrian Gonzalez saunters over for out number 1.
Right now, as we talked about, possible second cell coming in, and we look at those clouds, and as we get this one started, it's a big double play for Michael Pineda and the Yankees. Fortunate for the Dodgers when they had the bases loaded, at least to try to put 1 across.
Jacoby Ellsbury struck out his first time. So you almost look at this like the 8th inning, and the way I'm feeling when I'm looking ahead to the 5th inning is, who do the Dodgers have coming up who could end it with 1 swing or win it with 1 swing? It'll be Peterson, Tolles, Utley due up in the 5th. It's an 0-1. Nothing in 2.
I think everybody wants to get by the 5th with the storm coming in and one team or the other have a lead, because you don't get by the 5th inning, you will be here till 12 midnight, 1 in the morning, trying to figure out a way to get it in.
Yeah, there's no question it's a lot different mentality when if they have the ability to call it and it's an official game.
I think you're right, Joe. It does feel more like the 8th inning and what you're thinking as a manager and strategy. Until you get to that 5th with the lead or being down by 1, you have to manage like this is the end of the game.
Fastball had a rising allusion to it. 1-2 on Ellsbury. Stuff has looked more sharp from Kershaw. That's the understatement of the day. He's retired the first 10 that he's faced.
The interesting thing I was going to watch with that 20-minute rain delay is, does he come out here and does he look like he have his rhythm, his aggressiveness, his extension? Is he throwing strikes? Because that's a very good sign for a back that is coming back in only his 2nd start, that he was able to take the delay and not come out and look like somebody that has started to stiffen up.
Ellsbury really the first man to make him work. You also think about with the rain and the, you would assume, wet field. Hold your breath a little bit on anything Kershaw has to attempt to field coming off the back injury. Another 1-2 to Jacoby Ellsbury. Just outside. That's an impressive take, and it's 2-2. Gary Sanchez due next. Pitch number 40 right here. Corey Seager, 2 out. You know, as this thing keeps going the way that it is for Kershaw, it's half jokingly, I'm thinking Dave Roberts might not mind the rain coming.
Are we talking about Ross Stripling's night in his first start and Rich Hill's last start with the perfect game going? 3's a charm for Dave Roberts.
But he'd like that to be the equation with a run scoring at the top of the 5th. Gary Sanchez, strike 1. Rounded out to 3rd his first time. Native of the Dominican Republic. Kershaw delivers an 0-1. And it's swung over the top of for strike 2. Still dry at this point, or those dark, ominous clouds you can watch move in from the northwest. About half of the ballpark covered in them now. Kershaw's 0-2.
Much better mistake than the last outing. When you can make your mistake too low compared to too high, that shows you a lot of improvement, making an adjustment.
Randall wants it inside, and Kershaw strikes him out at the knees. 4 perfect innings, pitching around a short rain delay, and on to the 5th in a scoreless game. He's back. Net LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota's clearance countdown is on. Get the biggest savings of the year on the 2016 Prius family. And by Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We treat kids better. Still dark skies above and a light rain falling. Tommy Lane comes in, replacing Michael Pineda. Rain coming again, by the way.
And I think Tommy Lane's in this game because of what we talked about in that previous half inning. Is that are the managers going to start managing like it's the 8th or 9th inning because of that rain coming in? And I think that's because Pineda was throwing well. 4 innings, no earned runs, had 5 strikeouts. So you know you're going to come in, and this is what the Dodgers are going to have to see, are going to be seen throughout the year. When a guy comes in, it's going to be a lefty.
Jock Peterson takes a strike, and on that same token, if you're a hitter, are you looking at this as try to take a hack at one and win this thing.
You do think that, but that's a battle with yourself because you don't want to. Yeah, you know, one swing can change it, but you also got to stay within yourself because oftentimes when you're trying to do that, you come up short than being able to, rather than say, if I just had my approach of let me just get on base and let's try to work for that run, almost what they were doing that last inning.
The wind is picked up a little bit too, and looks like it's across from left to right, which would make sense. That's the direction the storm is coming. And the overshift on Peterson, leading off this 5th inning. Tommy Lane sets for a 1-1. 1-2. Peterson 0 for 1 today with a K against Pineda. He's hitless in 6 tries in this series. Here's a 1-2. A fly ball foul back into the left. We'll do it again.
As a hitter in this situation, Noam, do you give yourself one shot at that? Then all of a sudden you have your regular at bat?
Usually one shot with that right before they get that first strike. And then I'd give myself 2 chances to get on base, especially when I'm the leadoff. It's a little bit different if nobody's on and say there's already 2 outs. Then I'm going to give myself multiple chances in that at bat.
One, 2. Peterson pulls it sharply on a bounce to Tyler Austin for the first out of the 5th. Time for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. Good news out west. San Diego's taking a 2-1 lead on Madison Bumgarner and the Giants. You know, San Francisco won the first 9 meetings between the teams. The Giants have now dropped 5 in a row against San Diego. Andrew Tolles. It's a strike.
Implications of that score, implications of this game, and the Dodgers just put out an email to their season ticket holders for the pre-sale of postseason tickets. Will start Friday, September 16th at 10 a.m. They will get an email about that, and they'll be able to start looking into that. So the organization now moving forward, talking about October.
With a 4-game lead, 17 left after today. A 1-1.
That is one of the more stressful times in a player's life, when a lot of your friends and family come out of the woodwork and start asking for postseason tickets. It's one of the things you have to manage with your younger players. Help them understand how to stay in their daily regimen and the things they normally do to get ready for a baseball game while everybody's in town and everybody wants to go to lunch with you and everybody wants a ticket. And how you stay concentrating on baseball and kind of put some hedges around yourself so you can be at your best.
That rain's picking up. 2-2. Tolles checks his swing. The count is full. After him, it'll be Chase Utley. Dodgers and Yankees are scoreless. Clayton Kershaw has not allowed a base runner through 4 innings. This game's been delayed once. 12 minutes. And more rain on the way. The bigger cell is on the way. The payoff. Tolles dribbles it by the mound to Castro. 2 gone.
Well, the umpires will try and push through this as much as possible until it really gets to affect play, or you expect that there could be some injuries and risk. They'll push through some really bad weather to try and keep getting the game in.
Chase Utley's been known for some uncanny drama in his career. And he pops one up down the left field line over his Gardner. And he makes the play with that slick side warning track under him. To the bottom of the 5th we go, with the rain picking up. Scoreless game going to the bottom of the 5th inning. Clayton Kershaw perfect through 4 innings. And just like the last time, they get the tarp on and the rain lets up some. But I think this time it's probably more legitimate, at least looking at the radar. It's a lot more significant with what is about to blow through here.
Yeah, it's good news for Clayton Kershaw, though, that he got the 4 innings in. I'm not sure he'll come back out, depending on how long his delay is, but I would doubt it. But really good news for the Dodgers and him with his performance today. Absolutely outstanding, attacking the strike zone, very efficient, and both breaking balls showed up today. He made significant progress in his side work, and then here today with getting that execution down.
And it's just unfortunate for this rain. It's coming out because, you know, the way he was looking, he was really just destined to go deeper in this game. He was accomplished, I think, for himself. Remember his last outing, he said, you know, he was able to command his fastball, but he was most frustrated that he wasn't able to go deeper in the game.
And I think they'll make a quick decision on whether he's going to be out of the game or not, because I would say then they would be letting him throw down underneath the stadium in the cage to build up his endurance. They don't want to take a 20-25 minute rest, then finally make the decision and say, Clayton, that's it. You can't pitch in the regular game anymore. And then he can't even extend his pitch count down underneath and get his work in. So I think they need to make a very quick decision on whether you're in, you're out, or get some more side work.
We can't leave Carl's hanging going into the break, so we got to make sure we do our Carl's Cam replay. Look back at Clayton Kershaw. Impressive before the rain, impressive after the rain.
He was outstanding, keeping the ball down, elevated when he wanted to elevate. The slider had consistent break, and then the rains came, and we wondered, would he come back out? But Dave Roberts made sure of that, chasing the umpires into the tunnel and saying, stop, let's get back out there. My guy needs to pitch. And Clayton came back with another slider strikeout that could end up being his last batter of this game.
We'll update you on the weather as we get more information, but as it stands right now, a rain delay and a scoreless game in the 5th. Right now, we send you to Talking Blue. delay. Clayton Kershaw wants to get the 5th inning going.
I absolutely love it, and it really says a lot about his health, because even with a guy that is in the middle of a season, been healthy all year, not been on a DL, you'd be hard pressed to send him back out there. So this says a lot about how Clayton feels and how he has convinced management that he is okay.
I'm shocked.
Me too.
I mean, yeah, you're right. It does say that, but it's just surprising. And what I mean, why it's just so surprising, even if Clayton feels that way and is telling them everything that I feel okay to go, we've also seen the way Dave Roberts has also, even when pitchers are telling him how they feel, say, I'm going to take responsibility and take control of the situation and look at the best interest of it all and make the decision. So this definitely is surprising. Obviously good for the Dodgers to see that your ace is back out there in this situation, and hope it works out.
Let's remember, he's not allowed a base runner through 4 innings, and he's only thrown 44 pitches. It has been a remarkable display of efficiency from a guy that has been known, ironically, for his efficiency, despite also being known for high strikeout totals. It is rare that you see a guy that strikes as many men out as Kershaw traditionally does, and still is among the leaders in fewest pitches per inning.
It all started from the beginning of his career, but really was accentuated when we got back from Australia a few years ago, and he ended up with a bad upper back and had to go on the DL. When he came back from that, knew he was going to be limited to about 75 or 80 pitches in the first outing, and boy, he started really pounding the strike zone, never using a waste pitch on 0-2 or 1-2, and just continued to attack hitters throughout his outings, and he has continued that since coming back from that DL stint.
You know, it's interesting when he throws those simulated games, when he's coming back off the DL, they also simulate those long rest periods. So he'll go out there and he'll throw an inning and then he'll sit, and they adjust. They're like, okay, as if it's a quick inning or as if it's a longer inning where they do score 5-10. They haven't yet done, I don't believe they've done that. They've talked about it, a possibility. You know, and the other thing we need to work on is possible rain delay if they sit an hour and then go back out there and see. But they're not doing that. Right, that's what I'm saying.
They didn't announce a restart time. Clayton Kershaw announced a restart time by walking out there, and everybody else followed suit. This is unbelievable. He survived the 12-minute delay, not as surprising. And now he survives a delay of nearly 50 minutes. Starlin Castro stands in to begin the bottom of the 5th in a scoreless game. Clayton Kershaw perfect through 4.
You know, every time there's a delay and your starting pitcher is sitting underneath, they're looking at the clock, and they usually, the managers, front office, are figuring out what is the time where we say, okay, he's done. Obviously, 50 minutes was not the cutoff.
Ball 1 to Starlin Castro.
Curious to see if it was an hour, if it was they're just 10 minutes shy of maybe that cutoff and they changed their mind.
A 1-0. Castro fouls it off 1-1. Officially 48 minutes, so that's a total of an hour of rain delays that we've had through the 2 delays. Here's Kershaw in his second start back after missing nearly 2.5 months with the mild herniated disc in his lower back. Here's his 1-1. Just misses. 2-1. Completely dry at this point. Still overcast above, but it looks like on the radar like the system has moved through much more quickly than it looked like it would. On 2-1. 2-2. To be a fly on the wall for the discussions between Clayton Kershaw and the training staff and Dave Roberts.
Well, Clayton has now been back for 7 innings. He's given up 5 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, no walks, and 8 strikeouts. And that's with only 1 little rehab start in a simulated game after spending about a month and a half on the DL. Maybe even a little bit more than that. Was it about 75 games?
So stirring in the Dodger bullpen, Luis Avilan. Here's a 2-2. Upstairs, 3-2.
That's what I said about his first game. He went 3 innings, gave up 5 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, and it was like, you know what? But if his pitch count wouldn't have been limited, we've seen Clayton kind of, dance around in the early innings, get nicked up a little bit, and then go 8 and only give up 2. And he just wasn't allowed to do that because of the pitch count.
Castro on a bounce off Turner. First base runner of the game for the Yankees. We'll see if it's ruled a hit or an error on Justin.
It looked like it bounced off Justin Turner's hand, his throwing hand.
It's an error.
And the other thing too is when you see where that ball hit, you see this ball, he's expecting it looked like to maybe come up more on him.
Play that he usually makes. E5. Still no hits against Kershaw, but a man aboard to start the 5th inning out of the second delay. Here's Chase Headley. Strike 1.
First time we've seen Clayton throw from the stretch in this game.
And there's the first hit. The first 2 each against Kershaw here in the 5th inning.
Both balls hit hard. This one finds a hole. Could have been an easy double play ball if it's at somebody, but right in the 6th hole there. Sets the table for the Yankees.
Double-barreled action now. Luis Coleman has joined Luis Avilan. Luis and Luis. So after 4 perfect innings out of the delay, an error on Turner and a single for Headley, and now Didi Gregorius. Turner on the grass at 3rd. Didi lays it down. Grandal's throw gets him. Yasmani Grandal with a nice play, and the runners move up to 2nd and 3rd. 1 gone.
And I'll tell you, I'm glad that Yasmani Grandal fielded that ground ball, that bunt, because that was a really good bunt. And we're talking about Clayton Kershaw, his health, the way his angle is, and what he would have had to done to try to make that play, especially the grass being wet, dealing with a back coming off a back injury. So he just kind of moved out of the way and let Grandal field that ball.
So they try to set it up for Rob Refsnyder. He grounded to 3rd his first time. And in a scoreless game in the 5th, Dave Roberts brings his infield in. Strike 1.
Infield in, respect for his ace on the mound. A lot of weakly hit balls by Clayton, frees the runners, and also respect for the weatherman, and this game could be shortened.
Nice breaking pitch, 0-2. It wasn't coming out like that in Miami.
Breaking ball for a strike that is still sharp, even though it's not one that you're having down there by the ankles where you get a lot of that sharp break. This shows that that has a lot of spin, even with a high release point.
Hasn't had quite the swing and miss stuff that you see when he's at his very best, but a lot of soft contact go along with his 3 strikeouts.
And I'll tell you, with this game, starting this game, I bet you he didn't mind that, because it was getting those quick innings. It was, okay, let me pitch the contact, get the soft contact, let me be efficient with my pitches, knowing coming in that you have a pitch count.
His 57th pitch of the game. And it's ball 1 on Refsnyder.
I like the shot right there, away off the plate on purpose. I'll probably want to get him out with something breaking down and in, but I'm going to show and put in the back of the mind he still has to protect that outer half, and that'll give him a little bit more room if he comes inside.
Here's his 1-2, and it misses up, slipped out of his hand to even the count.
Even after that curveball, he has a hitter thinking that he can go fastball away or that slider down and in his back foot.
I like the back foot slider right here because it looks like the fastball right down the middle, ends up hopefully going under his bat.
Where Yasmani set it up, and he winds up blowing it by him for strike 3, his 4th of the night.
He was attempting the back foot slider. He overthrew it. It slipped out of his hand just like the curveball prior to this pitch. But the spin looks like it'll break, but that's the one that really fools the hitters, the backup slider.
So blowing it by him was not the proper description of that. Well, it's just 88 in the gun, but it still gets by him. And Austin Romine comes up with runners at second and third and 2 gone, and Kershaw trying to finish off 5 shutout innings.
Now the infield can retreat back to their normal positions, have a little bit more range, but they're still going to be picking up a wet ball on a grounder.
.94, but miss. Romine, a Southern California kid, went to Lake Forest. 27 years old. Waits on this 1-0 from Kershaw. It's a while where Romine was thought of as one of the up-and-coming guys in the system as a catcher. Part of the reason the Yankees were okay with dealing Jesus Montero for today's Yankees starter and Michael Pinedo is because they had Romine and felt good about his future. He's dealt with injuries and not panned out the way they thought he would. Here's a 1-1. A little bit in, 2-1.
Tyler Austin on deck, first base open, 2-1 count. You're not going to be giving in and going to the middle of the plate here in the 5th inning in a 0-0 game. You've got 2 hitters to get 1 out.
Two and 2.
You see with the pitch selection right there, not giving in, just going fastball again. They threw him a 2-1 slider.
Castro reached on an air to start the inning. Then Headley singled, first hit of the day for the Yankees. They advanced to second and third on Gregorius's bunt. After Kershaw struck out Refsnyder, he's got Romine 2 and 2. It comes downhill with the next one to finish the inning. And that signature scream from Kershaw finishing off 5 shutout frames. at LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. And by BJ's Restaurant and Brew House. Stop by today and make every moment count. Clayton Kershaw getting high fives back into the dugout after 5 shutout innings. Remarkably returning to the mound after a rain delay of nearly an hour. The second rain delay of his outing. His second outing since coming off of the disabled list. And the reactions there, you've seen Dave finished?
I think so. 5 strikeouts, all 5 on sliders. Normally that would be high. 35% or so of his strikeouts are normally on sliders, the rest of them on the fastball and the curveball.
Corey Seager starting this inning against Luis Severino, taking ball 2.
You know, with Clayton going out there after that delay, you know, we're all thinking, okay, we're surprised, but it could also surprise the rest of your team and also give them a boost.
Seager to Castro.
And what I mean by that is, here's your ace sat out there. We know he's coming off the DL. Coming out here again after a 50-minute rain delay. It's like he's going out there knowing the importance of this game, giving it all that we got to score some runs.
We've talked about the description of this team has been depth, but it also has turned to gritty and blue collar. And when your ace is coming back healthy and goes out there like a warrior, that influences everybody's attitude.
Justin Turner fouls one off, strike 1. You know, Kershaw was displeased with how his stuff felt in Miami, but I think what he was more upset about was that in the middle of a division race, even though the team put him in this position to use it essentially as a second rehab start, he was upset that he only gave his team 3 innings and didn't put him in a position to win the game. Turner goes the other way with a 1-out base hit, and so you almost look at this as his response and his way of making up for something he felt bad about in Miami.
Well, we all know about his evaluations of his spring training outings. Right from the very first one of the year that doesn't even count, he's very hard on himself and sets a very high standard. So you know, even something that's looked upon as a semi-rehab start, but it's in the big leagues in a pennant race for your team, he would take every pitch very seriously and critique himself to the highest level.
Now Gonzalez shows bunt and fouls it off. Facing Luis Severino, highly touted prospect who began this season in the rotation and was awful, but he's moved into the bullpen and been sharp.
And I really like what Adrian Gonzalez was thinking right there. I know there's 1 out, but he's going, you have the shift and get that runner in scoring position, get 2 guys on base.
Down the left field line, foul.
And that also, you know, when you're batting 4th, you're in the middle of that lineup and you're thinking, well, wait a minute, here's the guy that's supposed to drive. Guys are on base, whether first base doesn't matter, you can drive them in. But that's also recognizing the way the guys behind you are swinging the bat. And guys are swinging the bat well behind you as well. You got Grandal, you got who also has the power to knock it out. Reddick, who's been swinging the hot bat. Now his job is just to get on base, thinking those guys can knock him in. That's why he squared around.
Last week or so, I've noticed in batting practice that a lot of our hitters are now working on their bunting. And as we get to the end of September, and then if we get into October, when runs will be crucial, I think, guys, you'll start to see them give in to the fact that I'm going to try and beat the shift with a bunt.
Back to the mound. Severino's got it for 1 and 2. Second double play turn by the Yankees tonight. And we go to the 7th. Still no score. first 9 meetings this season with San Diego. But as Brandon Crawford grounds out to third and finishes things up in the Bay, they've now dropped 6 in a row to the Padres and were just swept. Seemed like they had all the momentum in the world after sweeping Arizona, and they were right back in the race at 3 games back. But they're now 4.5 back, and Dave Roberts' team with a chance to move up 5 full games with 17 left. Here's Grant Dayton.
Grant Dayton taking over for Clayton Kershaw. Clayton, a very successful outing, and successful even the way you would evaluate his health for sure. And now Clayton is the first since 1893 to strike out 155 and only walk 9. 5 strikeouts and no walks today.
And so the fact that he came out for just 1 inning has to lead you to wonder if there was some throwing that took place underneath. And so we look and see the final pitch count at 70 or whatever it was in that range, when in reality it might have been higher if he was throwing simulated innings under there to stay loose.
Traditionally, people throw about every 15-20 minutes down underneath to stay loose, and constant contact with the pitching coach and with the manager to tell them how you're feeling. I'm sure Alana in our post-game sound will find out what Clayton did during the 50-minute delay.
9-1-2 for the Yankees against Dayton. Tyler Austin has struck out in all 5 at-bats in this series. Dayton's 0-1, and Austin lifts it foul. Strike 2. Yeah, the sun's trying to poke through. Rookie matchup starting this 6th. 0-2. Way up there, ball 1. Austin turned 25 last week, and guy that was once a highly touted prospect, but then last September was designated for assignment, which means any team could have had him, but he went unclaimed. Started this year in Double-A, tore it up, moved up to Triple-A, earned the promotion to the bigs, and homered in his first career at bat. Tries to lay off and does, just barely. 2-2. Final count, by the way, on Kershaw, 64 pitches through 66 his first time. Dayton with a 2-2. Austin with a strikeout to start the 6th. Head to Dodger Stadium September 20th. That's next Tuesday. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a 2016 opening day Vin Scully bobblehead from Mercedes-Benz dealers of Southern California. Go to Dodgers.com/promotions. We've got that bobblehead up here in the booth with us all week. It's a good one. Top of the order, Brett Gardner. You guys looking for it? I see you looking around, hiding it over here. Slings it in there for a strike to Gardner.
It would be interesting to find out. You mentioned about Clayton Kershaw with those 64 pitches. Almost leads you to believe that he possibly threw some more, especially if you bring him out after the delay and he only throws 1 inning. So if you're looking to extend him and build up that endurance, as they've been talking about it, so he may have thrown an additional, say, 20 pitches or so underneath as warm-up as they're timing it from the 50-minute delay. Say, okay, let's rest as if, you know, here, let's rest another 15, 20 minutes. Okay, go pitch. 10, now rest a little. Now you're going out there. That's the rhythm.
Dayton with back-to-back strikeouts to start his afternoon. 2 gone. More the same for the Dodgers from the left side out of the pen.
Grant Dayton hides the ball very well. He doesn't get a lot of his strikeouts with his off-speed stuff. He finds ways to place his fastball to hitters' weaknesses and get the ball by him.
Ellsbury broke a scoreless tie with a solo home run last night. All 5 Yankees runs in this series have come off of solo homers. Lefty on lefty. Just outside at 93, ball 1. Dayton was drafted by the Marlins. And now in his first season with the Dodgers. First season in the majors. 28-year-old's 1-0 pitch. Fouled back, 1-1.
Grant Dayton over the last 2 weeks struck out over 50% of the batters he's faced. That's #1 in the big leagues for relief pitchers. He has really made a showing for himself and an impact on this Dodger team since being called up.
He's ahead of Ellsbury 1-2. He's moved into that left-handed stopper role that Adam Liberatore somewhat vacated because of his injury issues here in the second half. Hasn't been as effective, stemming from what he's dealing with. It's almost like right when Liberatore started to go downhill because of the injuries, Dayton stepped through the door. They didn't miss a beat. Trying to strike out the side. 2-2. And he strikes out the side in the 6th. Austin, Gardner, Ellsbury all down swinging against Grant Dayton. No score through 6.
Resort and Spa slow-mo cam, and who better to do it with than Grant Dayton, and he's striking out the side. Austin, Gardner, and then one last to Jacoby Ellsbury, hitting the target right on the leather.
Seventh inning begins with Yasmani Grandal. 5, 6, and 7 for the Dodgers against Luis Severino, who fires a fastball at 97 by the letters, ball 1. Grandal's 1 for 2. He doubled in the 4th inning, and the Dodgers had men at 2nd and 3rd, but couldn't score. Andre Ethier grounded into a double play to finish that inning, and we remain scoreless here in the 7th. Luis Severino, they had high hopes for him and still do, but his path has not been as smooth as they hoped that it would be. Start of the season in the rotation. How about these numbers? 0-8 with an 8.58 ERA as a starter. So they sent him down to AAA and then moved him to the bullpen. And he's been good coming out of the pen.
Some guys' mechanics, delivery, their repertoire fit a little bit better in the bullpen. Some like that adrenaline rush and knowing you're coming in for a short time.
High fly ball off the end of the bat to left. Gardner cruises under it. And Grandal's the first out of the inning as we go down to Alana Rizzo.
Guys, you were just wondering if Clayton Kershaw was throwing during that 48-minute rain delay. I had a quick opportunity to speak to Dave Roberts. He said he did throw 16 pitches while we were in that rain delay, obviously timing it out. So 16 for Kershaw. That allowed him to come back out and pitch the 5th.
So that would put it at 80 total, which would mean that he made exactly the kind of climb that he was expecting to and building up towards the postseason. Josh Reddick looks at a ball.
66 against Miami, and if you think about, again, like spring training, you push a guy 15, 17 pitches in the next outing to start building him up.
Severino flirting with trouble here, falling behind each of the first 2 batters. His 2-0. Ball 3. He's fallen behind 3-0 on both Grandal and now Reddick. Reddick 1 for 1 today. Singled in the 2nd. That's one of 3 Dodger hits. That came against Michael Pineda. He then reached in the 4th inning. Catcher's interference. 3-1. Severino working quickly. Reddick back up the middle, and Severino snares it to get him.
The shot back up the middle took him to his knees. Reddick hit it really hard. Severino had time to catch the ball, wipe his hand off. Oh yeah, then I'll throw it to first.
So he's faced the minimum in his 1 2/3, and now Andre Ethier looking for his first hit of the season. Slider for a strike.
2 out, nobody on. 0-0 game. A little frustration in your head from the bases loaded 1 out when you hit into the double play. I think Andre Ethier will be looking to hit one over the right field fence.
This is what we were talking about earlier when we were before that rain delay. Talking about, okay, how are you thinking? You give yourself a chance to take that big swing, and I was saying, well, with 2 outs, yes, I'm going to take more than 1 chance. If I'm leading off, I might give myself 1 chance and then think about just getting on base.
Ball 1. One, 2. Ethier broke his leg during spring training. The initial diagnosis was that it was just a bone bruise, and that it would feel better within a few days. Went in for more scans, and that turned up the bad news that it would be much longer. Dodgers down in order in the 7th against Severino, and have not scored over the last game plus after pouring on 8 in the series opener. Pretty great what Clayton Kershaw did today. 5 shutout innings after 4 perfect innings prior to the second rain delay of the game. He's able to strand runners at second and third in the 5th. And after Grant Dayton strikes out the side in the 6th, here's Pedro Baez for the bottom of the 7th.
Petey's changeup since coming back from Double-A, where he worked on his delivery and his pitch selection, has really gotten to be very, very good. Able to keep it down located, and it's got more movement. And I think it's really become his second best pitch.
And he will face the heart of this Yankees lineup, Gary Sanchez. A couple of Dominican Republic natives going at it here. Sanchez signed out of there when he was 16 back in 2009. Well, the rookie, 14 home runs in his first month and a half this season. Baez starts his night of work with a fastball that dives at the knees for strike 1. Sanchez didn't like a strike 3 call earlier against Kershaw, where Eric Cooper rung him up on a pitch that was probably a little bit low. So that one drew his ire as well. Hard hit, stabbed by Turner from foul territory. He's got it.
Okay, that makes up for the error. Wow.
Yeah.
What a tremendous play by Justin Turner. I mean, that was an extra base hit that he just robbed right there. And not only just an extra base hit, but it's an extra base hit to the leadoff batter of the inning as he comes up with a beautiful play. Not only just to snag it, but then when he gets to his feet to make a good throw. Not an easy play as that ball bounced over the bag.
So keeps him clear for Starlin Castro with 1 gone in a scoreless game. Oh for 2 today, has a team high 5 hits in this series. This is game 3. Dodgers took game 1 8-2. Yankees winning 3-0 last night. Castro out of Monte Cristi, Dominican Republic, small fishing town. Started playing baseball when he was 7. Didn't get his own glove though until he was 12 years old. There was an American family that was vacationing, and one of the kids gave Starlin his own glove. Said he didn't sleep for 3 days. He was so excited after he got that first real glove. Would take ground balls with it until the sun went down. Dad used to come back from the long days of work and hit him those ground balls. "26 years old. Hard to believe because he's been around for 7 major league seasons now. He came up, had a lot of noise with the Cubs as a rookie. All-Star 3 times before he turned 25. Lays off an elevated fastball, ball 1. It's been a question of his potential or his abilities. It's been about consistency for him. First year with the Yankees, for the first 6 seasons with the Cubs. Up the middle into center, base hit Castro. 6th hit of the series for Starlin. the second Yankees hit of the day. Chase Utley had the first off of Kershaw in the 5th inning.
Chase Utley now hitting from the left side. That serves him a little better with a man on first. That hole over there with Adrian Gonzalez on the bag. But Chase Utley is really cheating over to guard that hole, knowing that he pulls a lot on the ground, especially in this situation. That's why most of the time left-handed hitters have the best chance to win the batting title. With a man on first, they get a different defense that's a little easier. They're closer to first base. A lot more times they get more infield hits.
Two and 0. Still a pretty good crowd in here when you consider the 2 rain delays. And a mid-afternoon start. Baez with a 2-0, and Headley takes ball 3 just off of the inside corner. Gregorius due next. Three and 1.
See how confident they are with Joe Girardi starting the runner here. 3-1, 1 out. Of course, there's been no action as far as runs scored in this game. He might get aggressive here. Starlin Castro runs pretty well. Pedro Baez is not the fastest guy to the plate.
And it's also understanding the pitcher. Where a pitcher oftentimes when he's behind in the count likes to come with that fastball.
Three and 2. Funnier guy might say, we've already had 2 rain delays, Pedro. Here's a 3-2 to Chase Headley. And it's low for ball 4. So 2 on with 1 out. And Didi Gregorius coming up against Baez. Grandal out for a visit, and Avilan again up to loosen.
Could be a delay by Yasmani Grandal to give Avilan time to just finish off, and they're going to make a change. So these instructions came from Dave Roberts to have this delay, or they're just talking over some strategy, refocusing Pedro to get him in the strike zone.
And Gregorius is one of the best left-handed hitters against left-handed pitching in the majors this year. So they'll leave Baez on for him. Derek Jeter's replacement. First full-time shortstop for the Yankees other than Jeter since '95. Two on, 1 out in a scoreless game in the 7th, and Baez to Gregorius with ball 1.
There's no defense for walks right here, and it gets harder and harder to pitch from behind in the count. This game is definitely in the balance. We're getting late. It's 0-0, and every pitch now is crucial.
Yankees broke a scoreless tie in the 7th last night, trying to do the same here. The 1-0 on the way, and a big bouncer foul, 1-1. Didi Gregorius, like the Dodgers closer Kenley Jansen, out of Curacao. Was born in Amsterdam but moved to Curacao when he was 6. A baseball family. His grandpa played for the Netherlands national team. His dad played semi-pro ball. He had an older brother, played professionally in Italy. His mom was on the Dutch national softball team. And on 1-1, he hits a fly ball to center. Peterson comes on and calls off Seager for the 2nd out.
Good job by Jock. Knowing when he came in, it looked like he was calling it right from the get-go, and it didn't look like Seager heard him as Seager kept going for it. And then it looked like he was even louder and recognized that. He knew he had a beat on it, and Seager got out of the way. So it looked like Jock right there is already calling it, but Seager doesn't hear him. Then when he hears him coming in is when he gets out of the way. So good job taking charge because he has a better angle.
And now Dave Roberts will make a change right after Brian McCann had been introduced as a pinch hitter. McCann, unlike Gregorius, and that he's not as good against left-handed pitchers. Dave Roberts certainly knows that. He'll take Baez out and bring Avilan on with 2 on and 2 out. No score in the 7th. Is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com. And by Carl's Jr., introducing the Bacon 3-Way Burger, only at Carl's Jr. Luis Avilan on in a big spot. 2 on, 2 out. Brian McCann coming to the plate in the scoreless game.
We've talked so much about winning the division, staying in front of the Giants, and then also guys that want to be on the October roster. Luis Avilan is auditioning for that right now.
And they'll face Brian McCann, who was announced before Dave Roberts made the change. So they sent McCann up there to face Baez. And this is Roberts' counter move. Ball 1.
Play as deep as you can in the infield. Knock it down. Play where they want you, but play as deep as you can.
19 home runs this year for McCann. 7-time All-Star, waits on a 1-0 pitch. And it's a strike.
Omar, do you actually think as an infielder, if I have to dive for a ball and I knock it down, I'm going home with it?
Yes.
That runner on third
Yes.
is going to be coming around no matter what. No stop sign.
You have two things going in your head right now if you have to dive for it. First of all, if you take a step in a dive, you know you have a chance at the runner at first base. But if you're taking more than that and you step and you're knocking down, yes, you are turning and looking at home.
He's ahead of McCann 1-2. Big pitch right there.
Got some room here to bounce a breaking ball. The runner's on second, is not on third. Use it to your advantage.
Avilan thought he had gotten him to offer. Instead, 2-2.
So did Grandal. He got that. I mean, two things that looked like close to being a strike. First of all, from the pitch, and barely just holds up. That was close.
The sweeper starts almost at his left hip and sweeps all the way outside. We go with the same exact pitch, but make it break straight down a little bit more on the plate.
It's a 2-2. This time he offered, and Avilan gets the job done. Baez gets the first 2 men of the inning, and Avilan gets the left-hander McCann, and after 7, no score. Dodger Stadium on Saturday, September 24th. The first 50,000 fans get a limited edition commemorative coin distributed in Vin's honor. You get a certificate with your solid bronze coin, individually numbered and minted. For more information, go to Dodgers.com/LALovesVin. Mason Williams just called up today after Aaron Judge was injured last night. Checks in defensively after McCann pinch hit for Refsnyder. Second night in a row, Tyler Clippard has pitched. He faces Jock Peterson, who looks at a strike. Where is the offense gone? 8 runs in the series opener. Shutout last night. Still looking for their first run in this one. Only 3 hits against Yankees pitching tonight. Clippard's 0-1. Way high, ball 1. One and two. Flipper, no stranger to pitching in races. To the postseason last year with the Mets, previously with the Nationals. Actually began his career with the Yankees. Drafted him in the 9th round back in '03. Bounced around and returned this summer. 2-2 on Peterson. Jock 0 for 7 in this series. Leading off this 8th inning. Striking out.
That was a pitch he could have went yard with, just out in front of it. A good changeup, but on the inner half of the plate, down and in to Jock, he can lift these balls. We've seen him do it all year, and you see that is a mistake right there.
Toles is 0 for 2 and bats with the bases empty. Lippert starts him with a fastball for a strike.
Andrew Toles, as strong as he is, what I've been most impressed with him is how he can keep the barrel of the bat up above the ball when he gets that high and away fastball. Most guys that are shorter in stature, pitchers like to go hard high and away too to get a little weak pop up to the left side. He does a good job staying on top of that pitch.
Softly hit along first. And Austin beats him to the bag for out number 2. Not much doing for the Dodgers. Only 3 hits total, no base runners since the 6th. Back to the top and Chase Utley.
It's like the threat of rain, and then the rain has really gotten into the Dodgers offense. It's just kind of bloppy. One of those days where you just want to take a nap. Can't take a nap here. We need some runs.
Bloppy, huh?
I
never heard that one.
I was about to look that up.
3-man booth. Yeah. I'm saying that, and I see Nomar's head just jerk right to you. What? It's my father-in-law's word, and I don't know what it means. But he just, we call over there some days and midday, and he like slept in, and I go, "What's going on? You didn't get up today till late." He goes, "I just feel a little bloppy."
You know what? I never heard it, but I totally knew what it meant.
See, there you go. If it doesn't mean something good, don't start quoting it.
Dictionary didn't
find it.
Nope.
Google search turned nothing up.
It acted like you misspelled it, which I probably did.
But you don't know how to spell bloppy?
I think that's the problem.
Oh, okay.
How do you spell it?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
1-1 on Chase Utley, who is 0 for 3 tonight, 1 for 10 in the series.
It's like a dollop of bad feelings, probably.
We'll leave it at that.
Quit while you're ahead. It's not
1-1. Bounces in, and it's 2-1. Dodgers will finish up this series and then head to Arizona for a 4-game set beginning tomorrow. Rich Hill scheduled to go for the Dodgers tomorrow night against Archie Bradley. 2-2. Kenta Maeda, Zach Greinke in the Friday matchup. Bud Norris goes Saturday against Shelby Miller. And Jose De Leon and Robbie Ray in the finale Sunday afternoon before the Dodgers go back home for their final homestand of the regular season. 3-2 on Chase Utley. Dodgers down in order again. They've brought the minimum to the plate over the last 4 innings. Thankfully, the pitching for LA has been just as sharp. top-tier play today as Justin Turner's fabulous backhanded play and throw from foul ground against Gary Sanchez a couple of innings ago. Turner back out there here for the 8th inning. And a scoreless game. And Luis Avilan, who struck out Brian McCann to finish the 7th, stays in there with a couple of right-handed batters due up. And Romine and Austin. Romine takes a ball. Two balls in, no strikes. Avilan's been up and down between the Dodgers and minors this year. Former Atlanta Brave. Came over midway through last season. Part of that 13-player deal right before the deadline that included Alex Wood. He pumps it 2-0 and Romine takes ball 3. Yankees winners of 8 of their last 10. They have the #2 record in the majors since selling at the deadline. 3-1. Coming to the game 2 back in the wild card. They're a game and a half back now with what's happened earlier today. Avilan's 3-1. Romine rolls one to second. A worm burner that Utley picks one out.
Good job by Utley. That's one's not an easy play. Obviously it was hit softly, but he got it off the end of the bat, so it had a lot of English on it, so it was spinning all the way to Utley. And as an infielder, as you see it, you know how it was hit. You see the spin, and as it's coming to you and it's taken a while, you're hoping it doesn't hit something or a piece of dirt where it just kind of kicks away from you.
One out for Tyler Austin, who has struck out in all 6 of his ABs in this series. Told you the obscure fact about him the other night. His first 3 major league home runs. Hit a home run in his first career at bat. Then went another month without one. Saved his 2nd home run for his 25th birthday. And then his 3rd homer, his first walk-off. Making him more obscure. Somebody found that he's the first guy in Major League history to have that be the case. Those 3 genres of homers. The old birthday home run. And then the walk-off home run. Following homer in his first career AB. Waits on a 2-0. And swings through what would have been ball 3, 2-1.
Dodgers have used 4 pitchers today, and if you're worried about it 0-0, it could go extra innings. Do they have enough arms left? We have 9 more down there.
Such is September. Grandal wants it over the outer half on 2-1, and it was left over the plate, but fouled off 2-2.
We thought when this game started that most people would be watching the rebroadcast of it when they got home from work, but now with the rain delay and at 4:34 back in LA, people are going to come home and be glad to see the game live.
It's always nice, right? You get into your car after a day at work, flip on the radio, and oh my goodness, the game's still going. Catch the end of the Dodger-Yankee game. Listening to Charlie and Mo. Here's a 2-2. Austin climbs the ladder to foul it off. Austin, like so many players of his generation, grew up watching Derek Jeter play for the Yankees. He grew up a Yankees fan. Well, he's growing up down in Georgia. And he swings and misses, strike 3. Avilan changes speeds on him and has retired the first 3 men that he's faced.
Tight spin on this changeup. You see it goes down like a screwball. Remind you of Fernando Valenzuela's screwball. Fernando changed speeds on his. That would have been a very hard one.
One of the keys for the Dodgers in holding the Yankees down in this series has been limiting Brett Gardner at the top. He had 9 hits in his previous 4 games entering the series, but he's 0 for 10 against LA. The longest tenured Yankee in his 9th season. Swings away and misses, strike 1. Gardner's 33 now. He was an all-star for the first time last year. But then injured his wrist, battled a hand injury. Struggled in the second half last year. Lingering effects from that this year. 1-1. It's in the wild card game last year that he re-aggravated the wrist injury and then was limited in the offseason because of it. Hardly did anything as far as taking actual swings. So it was a step behind in spring training. And the beginning of the season really served as his spring training. The numbers somewhat reflect that slow start. 2-1. Ball 3.
Showing a lot of confidence in the changeup right there. A 0-0 game, a 2-1 count. You're throwing it to a left-handed hitter with a right field porch that is very short. Feeling good with the release point and the movement on that pitch right now.
And he walks Gardner. So Ellsbury will bat here in the 8th inning. Well, it was scoreless when Ellsbury came up last night in the 7th inning and hit a home run against Ross Stripling to break that scoreless tie. Mentioned it a couple times, but all 5 Yankees runs in this series have come off of solo homers.
Ross would tell you, I hung that one. I made a mistake, and he capitalized it on it. And key here for Avilan now. Yeah, you got the runner on, but let's buckle down and try to get back in there with a 0.
14 bags over there at first base. Only been thrown out twice this year. Just a little routine check over there. That wasn't a good move. That was just kind of making sure you're not going on first move.
Ellsbury, that huge contract, 7 years, $153 million. Headline in the paper this morning was, for one night, Ellsbury lives up to the deal. Notoriously tough coverage here in New York. Avilan to Ellsbury. Jacoby fouls it off, 0-2. Dodgers are 1 inning shy of matching their season-long scoreless inning streak. We've done 17 consecutive innings without a run. The longest run, 18 innings. Baltimore July 6th, San Diego July 7th. That was the first half offense, which is a different offense than the one we've seen in the second half. They've been one of the best in baseball. Avilan's 0-2. Seager will lead off the ninth inning for the Dodgers, then Turner, then Gonzalez. Some of the names you want coming up there, but it's not necessarily mattered who's been up there the last couple of days. Yankees pitchers have quieted these Dodger bats. Surprised we've not seen Gardner try to pull the trigger on a steal attempt yet?
A little bit, yeah, with the way the offense has gone in this game. He's got 14 bags, but only been thrown out twice. So really, when he gets a good read on a pitcher is when he goes. He's not one just to try and force the issue with that kind of ratio.
You won't also force it when you had a lefty here in the short porch to right with Ellsbury.
And Avilan sits him down. 8 shutout innings from Dodger pitching tonight. Corey Seager set to lead off the ninth inning. Then it's Turner. Then it's Gonzalez. Back in a moment. TV Premium. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on more than 400 supported devices and enjoy a free subscription to @Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Visit MLB.tv. Joe Davis, Nomar Garciaparra, Oral Hershiser, and Alana Rizzo back at Yankee Stadium. On to the ninth inning in a scoreless game, and Dylan Betances, the Yankees closer, comes on to try and tee things up for the offense in the bottom half.
We haven't gotten any runs. The offense is kind of flat, and it's not getting any easier, but we are moving into the heart of the order. If anybody can get it done, these next 3 guys got a really good chance.
Clayton Kershaw tonight had 4 perfect innings before the second rain delay, which lasted 48 minutes. He still came out after the delay to pitch the 5th. And despite runners reaching second and third on an error and a single, he's able to get out of that inning with no damage done. Several relievers have combined for 3 more scoreless innings. And here we are in the ninth with Corey Seager to lead it off against Betances. And he lines it to second, and it gets by Castro. A top spinning line drive sneaks its way by the Yankees second baseman.
We'll see what they give him here. For me, as I look at this, since it was right at him, this is one that Starlin Castro will say, okay, I should have had this ball. It's almost like he was wondering if it's going to be a short hop to him or if it was going to reach him in the air. And it's almost he didn't get the glove down far enough to make the catch.
They rule it an error. At this point, Dodgers don't really care what they rule it. Potential go-ahead run reaches to start the 9th inning in front of Turner. Ball 1.
That ball to Castro is a little reminiscent of his days with the Cubs for me, where he just loses that little bit of concentration in certain situations on something that's not routine, but real close to routine for a big league.
He should have had that.
Two balls and no strikes on Justin Turner, who has reached twice in 3 trips up there tonight. A walk in the first, a single in the 6th.
And with Betances throwing this hard, you kind of see how they're playing on the pool, especially the second baseman, which leaves a big hole there. So with that velocity, he can just poke it over there.
Bottom of the zone, strike 1. Two and 2, 98 that time from Betances.
98 in a high quality location. We talk about so much that big leaguers can turn around bullets. So 98 doesn't bother them. But when it's 98 in here, it's a hard pitch to get to.
Turner facing the All-Star Betances with the leadoff man on in a scoreless game in the 9th. The 2-2. Seager runs on a ball. The throw down from Sanchez skips into center. And the go-ahead run is in scoring position with nobody out.
Good time to go because that was a breaking ball count, especially, you know, Betances' hard slider and Seager going. Fortunate for him. I mean, it wasn't an easy pitch to throw for the catcher.
Corey's 2nd stolen base of the year, so he's picked an opportune time to go. He's been thrown out 3 times, so between what they were getting on the watch from Betances, the situation of him not really paying much attention over there, Corey swiped that off the pitcher.
See if Turner can move him up on 3-2. Bouncing ball, base hit inside the bag, and the Dodgers have taken the lead. Turner's on his way to second. A tie-breaking double in the 9th inning. And Justin in pain on that slide.
I don't know where he got it, but it was really dangerous when Castro left his feet and he's sliding head first into that bag. So many places you can get them that's going to cause pain. With the head first slide, you got 2 hands going in there for the bag. You got a second baseman elevating to get to a ball, and then he's coming down with metal spikes.
And even Castro was concerned right away when he came down. It's a huge at bat for Justin Turner, especially with 2 strikes. And Betances, how hard he throws.
Maybe it's the back of the left leg of Castro that kind of jams Justin's neck and head. Boy, I worried about that left hand first, and boy, the head gets just jammed in there against the leg. And you get a little weight as he kind of drops his weight on you, not on purpose, but he lost his balance. Yeah,
Well, that was a mini roller coaster of emotions there. Jubilation breaking the scoreless tie to pause, wondering if Turner was okay. Remembering again, you're up 1-0, and Kenley Jansen's beginning to warm when you see Turner to his feet, staying in the game. And Gonzalez at the plate, still nobody out. He drives one to left center field. Back on it goes Gardner to make the catch. Turner tags and advances to third.
Good read by Justin Turner, especially on that ball. It looks like it was off the bat, it was going to be in the gap, and you also see the left fielder running back on it, but he's also recognizing that the left fielder Gardner had a good angle. Watch, he was thinking, okay, it might be in the gap, and then once he recognized the angle and the way the ball was flying, he went straight back to second so he can get to third. It was a good base running by Justin Turner.
Infield comes in. Sanchez keeps it in front of him as Grandal takes one in the dirt.
And that's why it was such a good job getting over there for pitches like that. And not only that, you also get over to third with less than 2 outs for a possible sacrifice fly.
So they snap the scoreless inning streak at 17. Grandal looks at a strike. A run at third, a big deal. 2-0 in the bottom of the 9th. A lot more comfortable than 1-0. Here's the 1-1. 1-2. Justin Turner's done so many times in his seasons with the Dodgers, providing the big moment. 2-2. Some guys are good in those moments. Some guys embrace those moments, and Justin's one of those guys that lives to be in the clutch situations. Talks openly about it. 2-2 on the way. Grandal bounces it back to the mound. Betances throws it away, and it's 2-0. Up the second goes Grandal. Looked like he never got a handle on it and sailed the catcher Sanchez.
There are guys that can throw the ball accurately 98 miles an hour, and then when you force them to do something with a little finesse after everything is full effort, sometimes they flinch on a little bit, and I think Betances, between the wet grass and a little bit of the flinch on how to throw this ball home, it looks so easy and so routine, but he didn't get a grip on it and just kind of pushed it.
And then Turner almost got hit in the head again.
Yep.
And that one right there, that's one of those where you're going to go on contact, even in the infield. You're going to force them to make a play.
Josh Reddick takes a strike.
2 things on that, with Justin Turner forcing that play. And then also Yasmani Grandal running out of the box, so even after the overthrow to get to second base.
Dodgers taking advantage of 2 Yankees errors in this 9th inning. Reddick cuts and misses, 0-2.
Well, prior to the ball going in play, the signal is to Justin Turner to go on contact. The other signal is Yasmani Grandal knows from pre-game meetings that we are going home to second, and if he's out by a lot, he's going to get in a rundown.
Although the way Justin Turner took off, I don't even know if he was thinking about a rundown. He was going in hard, head down.
Buzzes the head of Chris Woodward down there in the third base coach's box. 1-2. By the way, I want to make sure we say happy birthday on the other side of the diamond to George Lombard, the first base coach. Turning 41 today. These 2 guys, unsung heroes as part of this 2016 season. They do so much behind the scenes. Reddick swings and misses at a sweeping breaker, and 2 away in the 9th.
George spending his birthday alone without the family. Judy home with the kids because they're in school. So they're not going to get to be together.
But the relief work of Luis Avilan and others tonight after Clayton Kershaw to keep it scoreless through 8 innings and give the offense a chance to finally break through on a Justin Turner double between a pair of Yankees heirs.
The rickety bridge to Kenley Jansen is no longer that after the last 3/4 of a season for this year. What this bullpen has done not only gets the ball to Kenley Jansen, but holds things intact to give the offense a chance to come back.
It's a ball on Andre Ethier. Never mind. He offered strike 1.
That was just a nasty pitch. I mean, it really was, because 98, and that started off right down the middle of the plate, and it just dropped.
Tots is a cool story. He's a guy that grew up in New York City, a diehard Yankees fan, going to about 5 games a season. And here he is pitching in pinstripes. All-star for a 3rd consecutive season. Born on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, moved to Brooklyn when he was a teenager. He's in the stands for David Wells' perfect game in '98. Ethier on the ground to first. Austin's got it, feeding Betances to end the inning. But Justin Turner provides the drama here in the 9th with a go-ahead double, and then scores on the 2nd Yankees error of the inning. Fasten those seatbelts. On comes Kenley Jansen looking for a series win. Kenley Jansen trying to match a career high with 44 saves. He set that 2 seasons ago. He's 2nd in the National League with his 43 saves coming in. And will face off with the heart of the Yankees order, trying to put a bow on what would be a really nice 2-0 win.
He hasn't had a lot of work. He's definitely well rested. We should see the fastball clicking near 95, if not above. And in New York, everybody gets a little bit of buzz to beat the Yankees.
Justin Turner's teammates ready to thank him for making getaway day last a little bit shorter than it looked like it might, with this game rolling into the 9th. Still no score, and a 4.5 hour flight awaiting the team later tonight before opening a series with Arizona in Phoenix tomorrow. Gary Sanchez, he had the 14 home runs in the first month and a half in the majors, greets Jansen, who pours in a fastball for strike 1. Castro and Headley to follow in the inning. Kenley's ready. The strike one pitch. Strike two. Franchises that have met 11 times in the World Series. Only 13 times in the regular season in their long storied histories. Even at 6 wins apiece, Dodgers trying to move ahead in that all-time series. The first time they played at Yankee Stadium in a regular season game since 2013 here this week. Never played in a regular season game in the old Yankee Stadium. Wants it up. Gets it up there and gets him to offer for strike three.
Good location on all 3 pitches from Kenley Jansen. The first 2 on the inner half with a good cutter to get ahead of the count, and then right where Yasmani Grandal wanted it, up in his eyes, and you just can't hold up when you're seeing something coming that hard and you know with that movement. Well done.
Starlin Castro has been the Yankees' best hitter in this series. Jansen's ready for him. Here's the first one, and there is ball one. Yankees perhaps missing an opportunity today. Game and a half back of the second wild card with Toronto losing earlier. Tied with the Tigers trying to chase down that second wild card spot. Base hit to left. And the Yankees bring the tying run to the plate against Jansen.
High cutter he gets up on top of. You see Yasmani's glove where he wants it. Almost hit it perfectly. Slight movement to the right with the glove, but that was outstanding because of the cutter. He just did a nice piece of hitting.
Chase Headley, 14 homers this season. E.D. Gregorius due next. With the overshift on, that means Justin Turner moves from third base over to the right side of the infield between Utley and Gonzalez. Painted for strike one.
And with this shift and looking at Corey Seager, not an easy position for anybody to, if there was a ground ball for a potential double play. Actually, Corey's moving over a little bit closer to second for that, but on the first pitch he was trying to take away that bunt.
No doubles defense. Trying to keep Headley from moving into scoring position. Matanzas on the hook right now, giving up those 2 runs in the top of this inning. His defense betraying him, although one of those errors was his. 2-1.
This is a big pitch right here because you don't want to get closer to the walk, but you also don't want to get to a 3-1 count where you have to use the majority of the plate to not walk him and give a powerful left-handed hitter a chance to hit the ball to right field.
On 2-1. There goes the runner. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Nobody at third, so Grandal hustles down there to make sure Castro doesn't take the extra base. Wouldn't have been much reason for him to risk it there.
That'll bring Justin Turner back to his original home. They're looking in the dugout to figure out how they want to position him. Play him a little more straight up. Take Corey Seager over to the right side now. Leave Justin over there at third. Or should we say in the vicinity of third base.
They're all set behind Kenley. He's set for a 2-2 to Chase Headley. Giants lost earlier. They were swept by the Padres. And so the Dodgers are 2 outs away from a 5-game lead in the division with 17 left. Trying to win an unprecedented 4th consecutive division title. Another 2-2. 2 gone. Unable to lay off a pitch that was up. Same case with Sanchez. And the Dodgers and Jansen and out away.
Every pitch has a pattern. You have the exact spot you want to hit. You have a place where it's pretty good, and then you have a good miss, and that was up the ladder, a very good miss. The last thing he wanted to do was throw it low.
And so the 2 natives of Curacao face off head-to-head. The game on the line in the 9th inning. Gregorius having a breakout season, 18 home runs. All that stands between Jansen and a career high matching 44th save. Strike 1. Looks like perhaps just in time too. A little bit of rain starting to fall again. Grandal wants it up again. It was down, but it caught the corner, and it's 0-2.
Both pitches were like that. Grandal wanted both pitches up, and he hit the same spot both times.
He strikes out the side in the 9th inning, and the Dodgers win the series from the Yankees. The lead in the division is 5, and while it's one of 162, this one feels a little bit bigger.
Dodgers have won 15 of Clayton Kershaw's starts. He hasn't won them all, but today he set them on the right foot, and it was nice to see the ace set the table for the team.
The obvious great win to win the series, especially with all the delays, but also to see the way Clayton Kershaw performed on the hill was also really great to see.
Time now for the Lexus play of the game. Pitching staff got him to the 9th in a scoreless game, and then Justin Turner provided the first run.